212. Bandla. Oh, two. I wanted to say Viva. High discipline. High moral. High discipline. Alright. No, I think tonight I won't have a problem. Me and this mic. Because they set it up for people who are vertically challenged. Me, I'm very tall, so I must do these things, you know, but we'll manage. Other than that, I think we're meeting what we call politically quorum, so we can commence with the proceedings. Now, mine is very simple. My name is those tendencies. But my name is Fighter Recon Bo Mateula, the currently elected Provincial Secretary of the EFFSC Command in the Western Cape. Thank you for that. I will stop it there. Those things of LLBs and masters, we're not touching. But we have them just in case. But yeah, like I said, I'll be guiding us, chairing the session, as we call it, presiding over the session, and ensuring that we stick to time, because already we're late and we're chasing a very, very tight time of 9:30 to close the session. So we want to keep it swift and moving. To begin with, we want to have an opening address by the current SRC acting president, Mr. Siabonga Skutla. Comrades can sing for the president, man, so that we can usher him properly. President. It's been a long day, so comrades will forgive me here and there when you see my president has had a long day. It's been quite a long day. Program director, Recon Matebula. I don't see them in here, but the least cared about cleaning and security personnel of the university will most likely retire without a pension fund because the university has no will to insource them. We thank you for your dedication towards keeping us safe day and night and keeping our learning environment clean. I wanted to start off by thanking you because of how valuable you are to this university, even though the executive management of this university does not see it. I'd like to greet members of the EFFSC-LED SRC, members of the EFFSC-LED Central Housing Committee, in her absentia, the former public protector and member of Parliament, Advocate Busu Mkwebane, the member of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Honorable Aisha Kasim, Advocate Moses Kakane, SC, Professor Fimpiwe Sasanti, Dr. Ndando Sindan. I know you don't like us calling you doctor, but for today I'll have to, for tonight we'll have to. The chairperson of the UWC Mood Society and the Law Student Council Intervarsity Relations Officer, Ms. Kanyisa Fubu, our panel discussion moderator, and the chairperson of UWC Women's Bloc, Ms. Winnie Mkoko, I'm not sure whether he's here yet, the CSRC president of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Mr. Tamsana Zondi, the UNISA Regional SRC Deputy Chairperson, Mr. Liema Makubalu, the Stellenbosch University SRC President, I didn't see her yet as well, Ms. Poguhle Tabaka, the Associate President of the University of Cape Town, Mr. Ntlamulo Nkorombi, the leadership of the EFFSC UWC branch led by Fighter Solim Ding and Fighter Bandile Nkomo, leaders of all affiliated student organizations on campus, comrades and students. Sanbo 9. Ninjani. So, bengithanda ukunamukela nonke kanye nazonke izihambeli zethu ezikhethekile thanda ukunamukela at this particular event. Yeah. We have not gathered here to clap hands, to sing and eat delicious food after this. We have gathered here tonight to restore this institution into what it should be, an institution of robust and progressive debate on issues that affect us as Africans, the working class and the poor, an institution that one can proudly call the intellectual home of the left. There are so many questions that cross one's mind when they think about heritage. To some, these questions relate to one's pride in their heritage. To some, such as myself, we ask ourselves, what is heritage? Is heritage subjective? Is the oppression of my forefathers part of my heritage? Is the religion of the settler colonists part of my heritage? What is heritage? Is it eating malali muhudu as earthiness from the brighter valley brandy and coke drink? Is heritage ukuvumingo mazeskethu? Is heritage something which is celebrated once every year by dressing up in a particular style of clothing and cooking certain types of food? These are the questions that led us to the question, what is heritage without decoloniality? One must ask themselves this question primarily because of the fact that we cannot ignore what colonialism and coloniality has done to our land, our ancestors, and our people. What are we celebrating on the 24th of September? What heritage are we celebrating without the land of our ancestors? What heritage will we be celebrating on the 24th of September if on the 25th we would be protecting the remnants of our oppression and epistemicide which still determine the order of things in our society? Honorable Kasim, what heritage will we be celebrating on the 24th if on the 25th we will be protecting the Westminster parliamentary traditions? Advocate Skakai, what heritage will we be celebrating on the 24th if on the 25th we'll be protecting the common law of Johannesburg and the old Christian Europe? Professor Santi and Dr. Sindan, what heritage will we be celebrating on the 24th if on the 25th we will not be encouraging students to write their theses in their mother tongue? Kanyis, what heritage will we be celebrating on the 24th if on the 25th we will continue to sing the same from South Africa at the top of our lungs during the rendition of the national anthem? I'm not going to answer these questions. That's why all of these people are here. So comrades, what then is heritage without decoloniality? Thank you.
Round 2. Yes, as one against the mic. All right. No, thanks, President. Hey, you touch many things. And the urge to respond and engage you always arises, but that's not my duty today. My duty is just to note down logistics. I'm sure everyone heard that the President did allude to the fact that there's delicious food after. So don't leave before the discussion ends. All right. So we move, like I said, we're time constrained. Now we're going to get a message of support from the Central Housing Committee. And in the program, they noted a representative, so I'm not sure who I'm calling to rise on behalf of CHC. Brother? Oh, the chairperson of the Central Housing Committee is here and will give that message of support. Chairperson.
I'm not much getting with height, so the mic works for me. Firstly, thank you to everyone for coming here today. I think President started on the right note to highlight why we're here, is to celebrate heritage. In getting here today, I thought very long and hard about what clothes to put on to celebrate my heritage. It's not as easy for me, so I think that alone starts the point of what is our heritage, how much of it comes from our past, how much was it influenced by our history, and how do we make it our own again where we have lost it. So on behalf of the CHC, and I'm sure all the students here, we want to say thank you and show our support to the SRC for pushing what UWC is supposed to be, a place for intellectuals to not only engage but to offer opposing views to the standard norms, and I hope that we leave here today with the willingness and the enlightenment to go against what has been presented to us as our heritage and question what we want our heritage to be. So as we gather here today, let us remember what makes us unique, but also what unites us. And when we move forward from here, let us replan and reorganize the heritage that represents us in our own way and own light, rather than that has been given to us by others. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Chairperson. Okay. Now we'll move to the next item, which is the introduction of keynote speakers, which will be done by myself. Since me, I'm a golden oldie, I don't use these things with iPads. As we print out an entire you see, you page. This is how we grow up. So, because there's only one of our keynote speakers here, I will read the biography of Advocate Skakhane SC. That SC is very important. You must never forget it. For those that don't know, because it's not a law station, it means senior counsel. And you don't just get it because you're old. You can practice and be old and never be a senior. But those are politics for another day. So, yeah, a brief profile of Advocate Moses Skakhane SC, who has PTD, BA, LLB, MPhil, Political Studies. It reads as, Moses Skakhane SC is a practicing advocate and senior counsel. He was in the Johannesburg Society of Advocates, then referred to as JHB Bar, for many years until the formation of the Pan-African Bar Association of South Africa, then referred to as PABASA, for which he was the inaugural national chairperson. PABASA remains the first bar of advocates with Pan-Africanism as its philosophy and political outlook. Moses Skakhane SC is also a founder of a group of advocates named after his childhood mentor, Victor Mxenge. The Victoria Mxenge, excuse me. The Victoria Mxenge group of advocates remains part of the JHP bar. Having been an advocate since 2000, he is now a senior counsel at PABASA and has been involved in high-profile constitutional cases. He was granted the status of senior counsel in 2015. Note that, granted. You don't get granted. His chambers are in Sandton, Johannesburg. Originally from the countryside and rural village of... Am I reading this wrong? The village of what? They corrected me. It's Bulwa. Moses Skakhane SC was a young student leader of Azaso in the area of Pietermaritzburg. He worked closely with Mrs. Victoria Mxenge, who was later assassinated by the apartheid regime. He qualified as a teacher in 1987. Having taught for only 8 months, he was brutally removed and attacked from the classroom for his political activism. He left and settled in Soweto, which became his new political home until his arrest for MK activities in 1991. MK short for Mkhonto Wesizwe. Come down, fighters, come down. I understand. We don't need to be emotional. After his brutal and violent removal from teaching in the rural villages of Bulwa, and later banned from teaching in government schools, he could only get employment in private schools. Having settled in Soweto, he taught at a Catholic high school, where he taught English, history, music, and isiZulu. Moses Kakane SC was part of the generation of student leaders in the mid-1980s and a member of AZASO, after which he continued as an activist based in Soweto. He is also a former UDF or ANC activist and a member of Mkhonto Wesizwe in the 1980s and 1990s. At the end of his trial and on the advice of his then friend and commander Chris Tembisile Hani, he went back to university to study law, English, politics, and philosophy. During that period, he became the SRC president of the University of Witwatersrand, which is WITS, during South Africa's transition. This was his second stint as a student activist, having been part of the 1980s generation of student leaders, I don't know how to say leaders, student leaders in the then province of Natal. He also lectured in political science on a part-time basis at the University of Port Elizabeth. He was the speech writer and director of strategy to the then Premier of Gauteng, Tokyo Sehwai. Moses Kakane SC has been a proponent of black consciousness and decoloniality since his early years as an activist and remains a Pan-Africanist intellectual and advocate. He has given lectures and interviews on decoloniality in post-colonial and post-apartheid South Africa. In the legal space, he is also a proponent of decolonization of the law and the constitution. Kakane SC has also been acting as a judge since 2012 and continues to take acting stints in the North and South Gauteng High Court for several weeks in each year since 2012. His qualifications is PTD in Dumiso College of Education, a BA from Wits University, an LLB from Wits University, and Masters in Philosophy in Political Studies and Political Economy from UPE. I think I've covered this whole. Yeah, this is distinct. Yes. Advocate, but come on, comrades, let's sing for Advocate first before he rises to the platform. I just read you a mini thesis and there's nothing. Fighters! Let's leave him go on, it's fine. Convinced?
Yeah, you know, two universities I've gone to that probably bring great memories. And there were a couple of universities when we were in the Azanian student organizations that had activists. But there was one university that was the epicenter of left-wing intellectual activity, and it was the University of the Western Cape. There was one university where left-wing political thought was the order of the day. It was this university. And so it's quite great for me to come back here almost 30 years later or 40 years later and see that that culture that was beginning to go of left-wing thought, of students embracing economic freedom in our lifetime. Because this is an era of compromise and an era of living at our expense and an era of living a life in which we like what is dissimilar to us, what is an African, and where we are called upon as students to imbibe Western modernity and knowledge at the expense of what Africans are about. Well, the question that I'm asked to deal with, and I heard you raise the president, it's not here, but he asked a couple of questions. What is heritage without decoloniality? Well, I don't have to make a speech to answer this question. Heritage without decoloniality is slavery. That's the answer. I could give you that answer and sit. Heritage without decoloniality happens in a country where people who are black, African, and the numerical majority live as a cultural minority. It means we live in a country in which the so-called independence or political settlement that happened was what I call a grand betrayal of humanity. A betrayal of who we are, done in order to preserve whiteness. An elite pact between people who were in political liberation movements and those we were fighting. An elite pact that was made to ensure the continued survival of white privilege and white power. That is what heritage is without decoloniality. There cannot be heritage without land. Our land, our culture, and history are our heritage. Amilcar Cabral says this better because he was an intellectual who was also an activist who made sure that there's a dialectical link between what we say and write about and pushing back the frontiers of imperialist domination. And he says this. He says, culture is simultaneously the fruit of a people's history and a determinant of history by positive and negative influence that it exerts on its evolution of relationships between the human being and his or her environment, among human beings or groups of human beings, within a society as well as among different societies. Ignorance of this fact may explain the failure of several attempts of foreign domination as well as the failure of some national liberation movements, close quote. A people, he continues, a people who free themselves from foreign domination will be free culturally, close quote. Now I saw that people laughed when there were references to my past, my history in the ANC and in racism. that doesn't blind me to the fact that I think we live here at this point because all of that has been betrayed. And that I'm glad that the students that I think are here dominant as a force have realized that. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm delighted that I can share with you my humble knowledge on what I think should happen for us to carry a particular heritage. And what is that heritage? And I've referred to it as a great betrayal, not because I am undermining what people have done and that our people have taps and their roads, but their humanity has been stolen. And our country and our continent have become spaces in which indigenous African people, who are a numerical majority, have become a cultural minority in their own land. I'm delighted that this institution, UWC, as we used to call it, the Center of Radicalism, which was synonymous with the anti-apartheid struggle, proper anti-apartheid struggle, synonymous with the radical left tradition, is again bold enough today, has acquired students that are like the students of 1985, that were here, when many people were here, when Jace Heaven and others were here, to take the cudgels and engage in this subject of decoloniality and heritage, which in my view is the only starting point for true liberation. True liberation starts when individuals are able to emancipate themselves from the impact of coloniality, not just on their land, on the economy, but in their minds. For as long as we do not believe that we are human, we have no heritage. When I've critiqued the Constitution and what it does, and I've compared it to what you may read at your own time with the Bolivian Constitution and the Indian Constitution, you read the preamble of the Bolivian Constitution, you will see a constitution of people who are not ashamed of who they are, who are not ashamed of the struggles they have fought, who are not ashamed to call by its name imperialism and slavery of indigenous people. When ours calls it injustices of the past, it's polite. It doesn't mention apartheid once. Our constitution, the so-called best constitution in the world, does not mention settler colonialism and apartheid, not once in that book, because it's a constitution that is based on our leaders fearing whiteness, being polite to whiteness, creating a legacy in which our people, our children, live at their expense, fearing to state things for what they are. Accordingly, no true liberation project can be meaningful without an aggressive decolonial agenda. No true liberation can ever happen without an aggressive program of decolonizing the mind, because the mind is what was stolen before everything else was taken. The fact that Africans allowed 81 Dutch men and 9 Dutch women who arrived in 2 ships to take their land tells you that we've been sleeping since then. It is coloniality that has pervasively conditioned our society to accepting European ways of being and ways of seeing. It is coloniality that makes you come to university to imbibe Western modernity. It is coloniality that makes you right now, as I speak, think you are inferior. It is coloniality that right now makes you believe that knowledge systems are only Western, that laws are only a product of neoliberalism. It is coloniality that makes us hate ourselves. It is coloniality that makes us hate freedom. It is coloniality that tells us that Africans are epistemologically and ontologically inferior. That in order for us to become human, we must be white. In order for us to become human, we must embrace white privilege. It is coloniality that forces our leaders, even in what I call the neo-apartheid state, to accept the fact that those who are white who owned land, who oppressed us, who determined what we know and what we are taught and what we teach, and the knowledge production is controlled by them, simply invite us at the table. White liberals and white power is like a person who invites you to dinner. And our leaders like this invitation to dinner. The GNU is some kind of dinner organized by white people. And our leaders are happy to sit at the children's table at this dinner. And that's what we've been doing since 1994. We've been invited to a party in which we sit at our expense. It's a white party. We sit at the children's table and we clap and smile. Indeed, coloniality is part of the history. Coloniality was the dehumanization of the mind, the dehumanization and persecution of the black body and mind. And decoloniality must be the reversal of every vestige of that. Every knowledge system that taught us that we are not human. The reason we do not agree about human rights in the whole world is because we don't agree about who's human. And we live knowing that we are not human. We live with leaders who accept that we are not human. We didn't write the word apartheid in the Constitution because we wanted white people not to be hurt. We are prepared to hurt the mama who lives in Khayelitsha than hate a white person in Bryanston or Clifton. That's our leaders. And colonialism was brutal. Was brutal in how it was inculcated in our minds, was brutal in how it dehumanized us, and it was brutal in how it puts us on the margins of the human condition. Culturally, it was imposed. Educationally, it was imposed. From homes, from the pulpit, white domination of what we know was imposed on us from every quarter of where we live. From the priest to the teacher, from the chief to Induna and your neighbor and the school. What you were taught was to accept that you are inferior and that your culture is inferior. I asked students earlier this afternoon, they told me they study customary law, and I asked them, what is customary law? And they tried to explain it to me. And I said, it's customary law as opposed to what? If in your own country you call who you are marginal, customary, you've got to ask yourself, what is mainstream? What is mainstream is Western modernity that you've accepted as your way of life. The real question is whether South Africa as a country, whether South Africa is an African country or a country in Africa. It's a question I want to answer. You've got to ask yourself when you ask yourself about heritage. Heritage is the land into which you are born. Heritage is an amalgamation of social experiences of your past and your future and what you are born into. And if you are unable to categorize what it is that you carry, the violence you carry, the pain, the enslavement, and what your head thinks of yourself, your heritage is nothing but slavery. Ngugiwa Chuyango explains to us what colonialism does. He does this in a lecture he gave in remembrance of Bibo, which we must do this Thursday. He says, I quote, he gave this lecture on the 23rd of September 2003. He says, colonialism tried to control the memory of the colonized, or rather to borrow from the Caribbean thinker Sylvia Wynter, it tried to subject the colonized to its memory, to make the colonized see themselves through the hegemonic memory of the colonized center. Put another way, the colonizing presence tried to mutilate the memory of the colonized. And where that failed, it dismembered it, and then tried to remember it to the colonizer's memory. His way of defining the world, including his take on the nature of the relations between the colonizer and the colonized. This relation was primarily economic. For nobody colonizes another for the aesthetic joy of simply doing it. The colonized as worker, as peasant, produces for another. His land and his labor benefit another. This is, of course, effected through political power, but it is also accomplished through cultural subjugation, theft of the heritage, the control of the entire education system, for instance, the ultimate goal being to establish psychic dominance on the part of the colonizer and psychic submission on the part of the colonized, close quote. That summarizes what becomes the heritage of the colonized if the colonized ends up thinking that they live on the margins of the human condition, that their culture lives on the margins of the human condition, that their weddings are called traditional weddings, traditional clothes, and different things. It means you've centrally placed that which colonized you at the center of life and pushed yourself to the margins. Colonialism brought a new philosophy of capitalist greed, and our leaders took it. It taught us a new immorality of enslavement of one person by another, and we continue with it in the new political settlement. It taught us the subjugation of one group by another, and the dehumanization and violence towards that which is African and black. Through perverted knowledge systems and Western religious myths of superiority of a white God, a white Jesus, and knowledge that was foreign, it subjugated the mind. It culturally and spiritually castrated that which was African. It left Africans, young people in particular, all of you here, and me maybe, and all of us, a group of spiritually vacuous people. People who hate their religion, who hate their clothes, who hate themselves, who hate their heritage, who hate everything that is similar to them, and respect everything that is dissimilar to them. As I said, it was coercion, implemented through education and religion and everyday life and subjugation of what we see. All of us learn thoughtlessly. The biggest lessons in life about who we are and about what must happen thoughtlessly and free. The best education in life and the worst education in life both happen thoughtlessly when we are not watching what you are born into. What represents authority when you are born? What represents what is knowledge around you? Some of you went to white schools, and the only black person you saw was pushing a wheelbarrow. You do not realize that that taught you self-hate, that taught you to look down upon that which is black. And we go to these schools, sometimes not realizing that what we get is insult and an accent. Although societies in Africa have lived for a long time, we hardly recognize the fact that our heritage is not told. Our stories of victory, our stories of fighting in the frontier wars, and people who violently confronted those who took their land. And most of them, their heads were chopped off and taken to Europe. They couldn't even leave Patrice Lumumba's one tooth. They took it to Belgium because it was to teach you the lesson never to revolt again. And if you read African history, you will see that what we are not taught is 4,000 years of African civilization, of things that we did, of cities we built, of people we taught algebra and mathematics, and then they taught it back to us. And we were told never to see the pristine rivers and the gigantic mountains of healing that we have in the continent. And we were asked to propitiate fallen gods and to praise fallen gods and ignore the ones that are ours. And until we get back to that, we have no heritage. Until we get back to the battles that we fought, we have no heritage. Until we have a constitution that creates the state that tells us that we are human, that tells us that we are African, and that tells us that being African itself is human. Until we do that, we will be unable to reclaim our humanity. From Egypt down to the Cape, from Senegal to Sudan, Africa is blessed with the serenity of its valleys, its hills and plateaus, the long and pristine 6,650 river of Nile, which runs to the Limpopo River, and we don't know it's there. It's called Nilestrom, the stream of the Nile, which was known in ancient times as the father of life, and many other places where Africans gathered and made a link with their ancestors. We were taught differently in order to subjugate us to coloniality. These are not new things. They were replaced deliberately in order to plant in our minds that we were not human, that we were inferior. You read the Bible at your own time, and you will see in Ezekiel 47 in the Bible, it will tell you that the religion itself was to replace what was African and what were centers, what were the rivers of healing that we had. It was nothing new. It was an economic project to subjugate minds, and we've not recovered from it. I'm very pleased that you, as young people here, I can tell you now, nothing will happen until you revolt. Nothing will happen until you reverse fundamentally what happened to your forefathers, what happened to you, what continues to happen now. Look at your complexion here. It tells you what the problem in South Africa is. But it's not a problem. This is where radicalism begins, where we are alone, we are African, and we develop a radical program to topple those who have become appendices of those who oppress you. One book that talks about this is written by a guy called Michael McDonald about why race still matters. It still matters because we are unable to deal with our fear of whiteness. It matters because it governs what our leaders can do and cannot do. It matters because the real reason we don't mention things by their names in the Constitution is because we wanted white people to like us. We want to be liked by the oppressor. The oppressor doesn't really care. In his book called Why Race Still Matters, he then tells us that whites did racialize South Africa themselves, instituting race as the dominant principle of social organization. And that's why we are where we are. Of course, just recently, I told this to the students that I was talking to. Just recently, a white farmer and his white farm manager, assisted by one black guy, laborer, met at two African women who had been looking for food in the rubbish heap in the farm. Without seeing the irony, he shoots them. As if killing them was not sufficient, he takes the two bodies and throws them, feeds them to the pigs. I'm not mentioning this story to be dramatic, but it creates a very interesting picture. If you watch that picture, it has 2 or 3 white men and a black man looking timid next to them, who helped them throw the decomposed bodies of 2 Africans, his own sisters, to the pigs. But that picture is very relevant for us. It's relevant because it tells us that since the independence of Ghana, the project of freedom has not happened because there is just that 1 or 2 or more African assisting whiteness to continue to oppress others. We get fed to the pigs every day. We are fed to the pigs as we are led to the GNU. We are fed to the pigs by people who are invited at a white party and are happy to sit at the children's table. Africa's time has come. And it is only these centers that can reverse that. Because as I said at the beginning, heritage without decoloniality is slavery. And a choice must be made whether we want to continue with slavery or we want to be free. In fact, someone who's not South African talks about this fear, about how we know our heritage. It's a guy called Kehinde Andrews, who writes a book. It's a recent book you can get. It's called The Psychosis of Whiteness. And he says, our knowledge of the past, which is our heritage, is filtered through the lens of the psychosis of whiteness. Meaning that our understanding of the present is no less a delusion. Transatlantic slavery is probably the most represented period in human history. 300 years of murdering and treating black people as animals provided the fuel for the industrial revolution that has shaped the world we live in today. And the efforts we go to in order to avoid that reality and the necessity for reparative justice are startling. Seeing this period of history distorted has made the psychosis of whiteness clear to me. Misrepresentations are so utterly irrational. If we are serious about education and anti-racist practice, then beginning an honest accounting of the horrors of transatlantic slavery would be a good start. Freeing our minds would be a good start. But as we will see, our narrative around slavery is so diseased that it's beyond repair. Close quote. And our understanding of heritage can never be clean until we've attacked the original sin that told us we are not human, that told us our cultures are inferior, that told us that when white people landed here, we had no knowledge systems, we had no law, we were nobodies. And therefore, heritage without decoloniality is slavery. Heritage without decoloniality is the preservation and ensuring the continued survival of imperialism. And as you leave here, it's very clear to me that, because we are young people, that walk around the streets of Cape Town and everywhere else, go to the Cape Flats, go to Khayelitsha, go to Gugulethu. Then when you have time, go to Clifton, go to Bishop's Court and see the difference. And if you go where I sometimes go just to hurt myself, go to the streets of Camps Bay, and I think you've seen young black kids singing. Now many people like it, they're singing to get some money. It's cultural, they're wearing all sorts of things and they're dancing. Well, most people enjoy it, I don't. I find it hurtful that you can walk around the streets of every city in this country. You will never find little white kids dancing for their survival. You'll never find them reducing their own culture in order to make a living. And so our heritage must change. Our heritage must carry stories of our victories. Our heritage must carry stories of being human again. Our heritage must start with students at universities like this, turning knowledge system upside down, producing knowledge rather than imbibing it, creating a situation where a revolution can happen. That's what we need to do. It's a revolution that must start, and it will be started by young people. It's us who must reject the betrayal. It's us who must reject the fact that Africans live at their expense. It's us who must question knowledge. It's us who must take the Constitution and challenge what it is, because it's a document with sweet words that are designed to lull us like a lullaby song. When we have no land, we have no history, we have no heritage, we live in perpetual violence called poverty. And so our heritage is a struggle against all the vestiges of coloniality. It's a study about producing new knowledge for us to be free and to become the dominant force culturally, educationally, religiously, intellectually, and in every aspect of human life, Africans must come to the center again. And it's only a university like this that can start that. Thank you.
Ikamalama khosikazi malibongwe. Ikamalama khosikazi malibongwe. Malibongwe Ikamalama khosikazi malibongwe. Ikamalama khosikazi malibongwe. Malibongwe Adiliba Ikamalama khosikazi malibongwe. Ikamalama khosikazi malibongwe.
discipline. I moral. No, thank you very much. That's okay. Round 3. Won by PS. Unanimous decision. No, thank you very much, comrades and friends and colleagues, amongst others, peers. I think now one of our distinguished guests has arrived, so the program can proceed. You know, when things are a bit shaky, if you're organized enough and you're well trained, you camouflage it very well. You make the room very jubilant, and everyone does not notice that, hey, there's a mini crisis. Many caucuses in Garcia were going to a conference. But yeah, other than that, let's get back on schedule. Like I said, one of our other distinguished guests, keynote speakers, has arrived. I have another mini thesis, very lovely, in black and white, like I said, as you left paper trail. So, now I will introduce Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane. It reads as follows. Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane holds B.Proc and LLB degrees from the University of Limpopo, 1989 to to 1992. She also possesses a diploma in corporate law, as well as a higher diploma in tax law, both from the University of Johannesburg. She started working full-time as a public prosecutor in December 1994 until 1996. She moved from Mkobolo Magistrates Court to Kwamhlanga Magistrates Court, working as a public prosecutor. She then moved to the Department of Justice head office in 1996 to work as legal administration officer within the International Relations Division. Her area of responsibility was extradition law and mutual legal assistance. She was also trained in Syracuse, Italy on extradition law. She also participated in various human rights law projects and was part of the team that drafted South Africa's country report on human and people's rights, which was deposited to the African Union and was further a member of the coordinating committee that drafted the National Action Plan on Human Rights, which produced a report. And there's a typo there. Her portfolio involves a strong record of 11 years in senior management within immigration services at the Department of Home Affairs. She provided strategic and leadership of refugee services across the country, especially Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo, where refugee reception offices were located. She monitored the rollout of the integrated biometric system to 5 refugee reception offices, increasing the staff complement from 20 to 300. During political instability in Zimbabwe around 2006 and 2007, she provided strategic direction for the processing of asylum applications, which spiked from 50,000 to more than 200,000. She participated in the drafting and signing of the tripartite plan of operation for the repatriation of Angolan refugees between the South African Department of Home Affairs, Angolan Department of Home Affairs, and United National High Commissioner for Refugees. She was also appointed as the board member of the Refugee Relief Fund board by the Minister of Social Development. Participated at various United Nations High Commissions for Refugees EXCOM meetings in Geneva, Switzerland. Participated at the African Union meetings in Ethiopia relating to refugees. One key achievement in this regard was the adoption of the African Union Convention relating to displaced persons in Africa. She represented South Africa at the SADC Refugee Commissioners meeting and presented papers internationally on refugee policy in Germany and within Southern Africa. Advocate Mkhwebane facilitated the establishment of the visa outsource offices both in Beijing and Shanghai. This includes the standardization of operations of the 2 missions, improved customer service and service delivery to deepen political and economic relations with the People's Republic of China. On her departure from China, she negotiated opening more of such visa facilities, since the government had to approve whether such centers need to be opened in areas where there is no SA mission. Due to excellent service delivery and the impact made on the relations between South Africa and China, an article was published in the local China daily newspaper. Advocate Mkhwebane drafted the chapter on immigration green paper relating to management of asylum seekers and refugees. She started working for the state security agents as a senior analyst in July 2016. Her responsibilities included advising the director of the domestic branch on compliance to constitutional provisions, whilst protecting the state actors, which are the people, government, values, territory, legislation, and stakeholder relations. Advocate Mkhwebane was appointed South Africa's 4th public protector for a non-renewable 7-year term of office in terms of Section 193 of the Constitution by former President Jacob Zuma, effective 15 October 2016. This followed a thorough and transparent selection process carried out by Parliamentary Multi-Party Ad Hoc Committee. All but one political party in the committee endorsed their candidates. In July 2018, Advocate Mkhwebane was appointed the first Vice President of the African Ombudsman and Mediators Association, then referred to as AOMA, a continental body of public protector-like institutions. She is also the board chairperson of the Durban-based African Ombudsman Research Center, which assists the AOMA with research, information, capacity building, and advocacy. In December 2018, she was elected the president of AOMA during the association's 6th General Assembly in Kigali, Rwanda. I said many things. But jokes aside, she served on the board of the International Ombudsman Institute, a glory body of public protector type institutions which is headquartered in Vienna, Austria. Advocate Mkhwebane vacated the office on 11 September 2023 after removal from office through unlawful section 194 Committee of Parliament. Is that on? Not mention that she's a fighter. Alright. No, but thanks. I think I'll hand over to the advocate and then she can take the platform. Fighters! I'm doing better before she ascends. Convene? Bonjour. Salalwa emizembe Sajege zinto Yo salalwa emizembe Kuteni mafate Yo salalwa emizembe Sajege zinto Yo salalwa Zavala Tio, subire. Ay mama, tio. Ay mama, tio.
Amanda. Away too. Thank you so much, Program Director. Let me start by apologizing profusely for the delay. I would like to acknowledge Advocate Moses Kakane, the Senior Counsel. I respect him so much and I learn so much from him. Acknowledge Honorable Aisha Kasim. She's my leader, so I report under her. I must make sure that I don't do anything which is out of line. Greet all the panelists who are here, the SRC Acting President, Mr. Skudla, the CHC representatives which are here, there was moderator Winin Boko, Ms. Kanyisa Fubu, Professor Simpiwe Sesanti, Dr. Sindane. I would also acknowledge you who are here in your various protocols and levels. And I say thank you so much for allowing me to address you on this subject of today. Though we agreed with your president that I was going to be in the first panel, especially being the legally trained person, and to take you through my experience. I think when they were reading my CV, you've heard the areas which I've worked in, and that's the area I was going to address you on, namhlanje. And then the other part of the program now, I was going to be also sitting and listening and also being educated about the issue of heritage without decoloniality. But I will just take a few minutes to go back to the areas which you can focus in as a legally qualified student, those who are still here. And I think you've seen how the spectrum is so broad for you to be educated in all the fields. So I think Advocate Skakane covered that, but then I would also say to you, it's not only about finishing your studies, serving, not pupillage or going to do articles, but then you can work in all areas of government institutions. We've got more than 1,000 institutions, like departments, you have universities, you've got your statutory bodies, state-owned enterprises. So it's so vast, the field is so vast, it just needs us to make sure that we occupy those spaces. Though it's still a challenge that we have leaders who are not able to streamline and make sure that when you qualify, automatically you can be employed. I mean, the last time I heard there's also a shortage of prosecutors to prosecute a lot of the cases of occupational health and injuries at the mines. So there's that also an area which has a number of opportunities which you can focus on. But then coming back to the subject, and not being a specialist in that particular subject, but then I will just mention just a future person or program director. I don't know how many minutes do I have, so that I can just No, I was just asking, just make sure that I allow us to then have an opportunity to deliberate on this subject, and especially giving more time to those who are specialists in the field. But then I will just indicate that heritage without decolonization, it encompasses a lot of different aspects. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the other panelists, what they've addressed. I just came in running. I didn't even have time to get more information what areas were covered. So it encompasses traditions, monuments, objects, cultural or culture which is inherited from the past generation. So it's a crucial element in our national identity and societal history. So, however, when heritage is maintained without decolonization, it often perpetuates colonial narratives and structures that may marginalize or exclude indigenous and diverse cultural contributions. I think we know that, and we've experienced that a lot, because we found that colonialism came to the country. I'll then focus on South Africa because we know our history, where we started in South Africa and where we are now, and how our cultures, our traditions, what we believe in has automatically been impacted and negatively by the issue of colonialization. So the historical context of colonial era, it's many nations have imposed their cultures, their languages and systems of governance on the colonies which they control. I mean, that's part of issue yokuthi colonize because manje ngabe ngizikhulumela isikhethu. Uyabona si-engage and sizwane ngesikhethu. But what I would say ukuthi South Africa, we are so much fortunate because that is something which other cultures or other nations, especially Chinese, because I stayed there for 4.5 years, they couldn't understand how, as South Africans with 11 official languages, we can just engage and communicate amongst each other. So we might blame the issue which, yes, we were colonized. I mean, currently we've got a lot of law students. We've got practicing advocates. SC will tell you that when you are in court, Chief Justice decided English will be the language which will be used. You ask yourself, why are we not using a Western Cape, using isiXhosa? Why are we not using only Afrikaans if all of us can understand? So it's a question of, okay, Mpumalanga, why are we not using isiNdebele? Or why are we not using iSwati? So the issue of colonialism has impacted us so much that even when we raise our children, we tend to focus more on can they speak English. I mean, a lot of parents, I'm to blame, I've got a grandson now. Well, my daughter, I had to make sure, Uguti, uyasazi isiNdebele, uyasazi iSpedi. But then now the grandson, when they go to school, they speak English. When they come home, you speak with them English. What does that do? Because at the end of the day, it impacts so much on this child. Because when you go ekhaya eKwaGafontein, uyodibana nogogo or nomakhelwane, umakhelwane akasazi nokusazi English well. Luckily, thina maNdebele ke Afrikaans is our language. Well, we mix the Afrikaans a lot with isiNdebele. Maybe then they might try Afrikaans, but then that also has a lot of impact on your identity as a person. So the implications of preserving heritage without decolonialization is that it perpetuates inequality. When heritage is preserved without colonization, it often maintains the status quo of historical narratives that place colonial powers in a dominant position. This can perpetuate the existing inequality and continue to marginalize groups that were oppressed during the colonial laws. The worst part in South Africa, I think Dr. Shlope spoke about it a lot of times, the issue which customary law in South Africa, even in the Constitution. I mean, if you go to section 211 of the Constitution, customary law is, by the way, I mean, it only applies when it's between a black and a black person. And then if it's between a black and a white person, it means then they'll have to impose common law on us. Can we really then say this constitution is working for us as those who believe in customary law, and why that customary law shouldn't be the key or the dominating law which we are implementing in the country, because I mean we are 90% to 95% as Africans. So heritage, in fact, it also perpetuates the exclusion of a diverse narrative. So heritage that doesn't undergo decolonization, it tends to overlook or misrepresent the histories and contributions of indigenous and marginalized communities. I mean, we know how Ushaka, for instance, has been portrayed, because then they then create that narrative, how they erase some of the things in history. Our icons, Abu Robert Sobukwe, for instance, where have you seen him addressing and speaking a number of times? Who stayed a lot at Robben Island between Nelson Mandela and Robert Sobukwe? So you see what they do, these colonialists, because then they will portray and they will bring a person whom they would want. In the past, he was labeled to Mandela as a terrorist, but then when they wanted to use him for their own nefarious means, they had to then make sure that they remove everything. Well, that shows you the power which they have, because then they change your mindset, they change the narration, and then you change then how you address them. Or as well, currently how some of us, we are being labeled incompetent, you don't know the law, repeated over and over, using the media, and at the end of the day, that's how the colonialists, because they do have the means of, they have the resources, they control the media, which is a very powerful tool. I think we know about that, because then they will portray a person as this kind of a person who's very knowledgeable, who can speak eloquently, and then they would say this person is a very intelligent person because that person can speak their language. So coming back to the issue of cultural erasure, the dominance of colonial heritage can contribute to the erasure of indigenous cultures and histories. I mean, there's a topic which is very sensitive, the issue of irreligion, because most of the time our belief systems, what do I believe in compared to another person who's believing in whatever culture and whatever belief system they have. So we should teach ourselves to live and to love one another irrespective of what culture or what belief system I'm from. But then our colonialists have made sure, they then create this thing of making one religion or one culture to be dominant against the other culture. Therefore, I'll end up not criticizing another person. I mean, we will just continuously engage in social media or in other platforms, criticizing one another, especially Tina, we love doing that, and I think they will create that because it's part of divide and rule. So we will focus on that instead of saying, guys, it's in a crisis. This white farmer, Limpopo, who feed the two women to the pigs. It killed them because of issues as it perpetuated poverty, inequality, and everything. And then, why can't we focus on coming together and engage on topics like those? But then, a lot of diverting views, and because you are from this area, now you are, because there was that issue of saying, no, she's a Zimbabwean, which one of the ladies, that person doesn't deserve to die. We need to then focus on the issue of humanity. So it's also a hindrance to reconciliation. Addressing historical injustices is a crucial step towards reconciliation. Without decolonization, it's challenging to achieve genuine reconciliation. But the issue is, in South Africa, did we achieve reconciliation? Because I think we know what happened with Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We have a number of murderers and killers, and you name them, racists, who were forgiven by our current government. And those people, the way they are treated currently, some of them are in the judiciary, in the legal field, are doctors and about Dr. Death. But then how we treat them is because the power and the narrative by the media, or how they are being portrayed, or as well because if in that, as white people, they will make sure that they maintain the status quo, they don't criticize them, but abuse the way to move teenagers instead of making sure that we protect. So I'm just showing colonialization, how as well in our current engagements with each other has impacted us. And I think we need to find a way, Tina, we just stay focused and make sure that whatever we do, we just check back and say what impact or what colonialization has done to how we do things, and how do we maintain how we can treat one another in the issue of Ubuntu. I mean, we know Ubuntu, Indaba, Ubuntu, treating each other in humanity, it goes a long way. So it promotes inclusivity and equity. Decolonization helps to create a more inclusive and equitable representation of history and cultural heritage, and ensuring that the voices are heard and valued. I'll go back to the issue here, how they portray the issue of patriarchy, because others will say, you'd find decolonization has also perpetuated the issue of patriarchy, because the way we related each other, I mean, in our history we've got a lot of women who were kings, who were queens, who were running and ruling the nations. I mean, those who are Christians, you'll know about Deborah, who were leaders in their spaces. But then now this colonialization has brought elements to say, no, there's patriarchy, there's issues, zoguti, women are not equal to men. In a way, we need to make sure as well that we utilize our laws, which would know currently we live in the constitutional dispensation, to our advantage, because how do we then make sure that we don't perpetuate the negativity amongst the different genders, but then we live, we coexist. So I will then finalize by saying the issue here, strategies to decolonize heritage. Its efforts should be made to include diverse perspective in the historical narrative, ensuring that there are contributions and histories of the marginalized communities which are accurately represented. Community involvement, engaging with and involving indigenous and marginalized communities in the space. Currently, we have a situation in South Africa. I don't know how many of you know about the community which is based in Northern Cape, the San and the Khoi, who also, we can say they were uprooted or from their habitat, because the way they live, they are used to hunting, live the way they are living. But then now we are trying to make sure that, okay, we've recognized their languages, but we want them to live in villages, and because in their nature, they are used to hunting, going and look for food, but we also want them to go to school. Their languages are not taught in school. Now we impose the Afrikaans on them. So I think that also needs to be checked, and how we engage that community and we maintain what they are comfortable in doing, instead of imposing ourselves or perpetuating the issue of colonization. Education and awareness, promoting education and awareness around the impact of colonialism and the importance of decolonization. So I will then conclude by saying, without decolonization often, in fact, heritage without colonization often maintains colonial biases and excludes significant cultural narratives. So decolonization heritage is crucial for creating an inclusive, equitable, and accurate representation of history. So the question again I would ask, if we are only saying we are celebrating heritage in South Africa during the month of September, why can't we do that throughout the whole year? Because that's our lifestyle. We should make sure that in our homes, the way we raise our children, unfortunately the older generation is no more, and what have they imparted on us to make sure that we maintain our heritage? Because in other cultures you would find that, I know somebody was mentioning that as well, some of the drawings, the developed drawings for instance, they would in a way communicate something, or it's also, you'd find it's a scientific way of communicating. How do we use those old education or impact the information which can be imparted on us? I will then end here. I don't know whether there would be questions, but then my focus today was to engage with the law students and impart that knowledge. But I'm glad that I came, and we can engage further. Apology again for the delay. Thank you.
Mandla. Awethu. High discipline. High moral. Don't sleep. Well, we're moving. So now I think it's time to get to the main course. Don't eat those things where I'm from. Main course is pap every day. You know? So yeah, this program of meat and bread of cake, I don't know. But yeah, it's time that we go to the panel discussion. The moderator will be guiding us through that session and introducing the speakers as lovely as they are. But before I leave and because I'm leaving, I'll take this opportunity to acknowledge also the provincial treasurer of the Economic Emancipation Movement, Fighter Aisha Kassim. It's my due diligence and I must observe all protocol as I leave. Now the chairperson of the women's bloc will take over and guide the process. I don't know, you want a song? I can give you a song. Mama ndiabuza ubunzima. Mama ndiabuza ubunzima.
Good evening, everybody. You know, advocate Muzi said that all we get at these white schools is insulted and accent, and now I'm so tempted to say, my name is Mangla. But no, good evening. UWC chairperson of the University of the Western Cape. But anyway, no guys, on a serious note, my name is Winnie Boko and I am the current chairperson of UWC Women's Bloc. So, because time is not on our side, we're going to get straight into it. I'm going to introduce our panelists. Have been waiting very patiently, thank you for that. And we're just going to go in any random order. So, on my right-hand side, we have Prof. Simpiwe Sisandi, who is a professor at the University of Western Cape. If you can just wave, Prof, so that those that don't know you. It seems all the Marxists are quite a big fan of you. Simpiwe Sisandi is a professor at the University of the Western Cape in the Faculty of Education. He is a former editor of the International Journal of African Renaissance Studies. He holds 2 PhDs, one in journalism studies. He holds 2 PhDs, one in journalism studies, which is from the University of Stellenbosch, and another one in philosophy, which is from Witwatersrand University. Prof. Sisandi has taught at Stellenbosch University in the journalism department and at Nelson Mandela University's Department of Journalism, Media and Philosophy, and at UNISA's Institute for African Renaissance Studies. He has published in accredited journals for varieties of issues, these including education, African philosophy, gender, journalism, politics, and spirituality. He is an author of 2 books, a co-editor of 1 book, and a contributor of chapters in a number of books. Lastly, in 2018, he was awarded an NRF rating C2. Now, moving on to our next panelist, Dr. Ndando Sindane, a lecturer at the University of Western Cape's Department of Public Law and Jurisprudence. And those who are his students, we know that he's very famous at right. Right. He registered for LLB degree at UNISA in 2012 and he completed it in 2016. Between 2017 and 2020, Dr. Sindane was employed at the UNISA Department of Mercantile Law. I had to even cut these credentials short, otherwise it would be a whole thesis. In this period, he concluded his LLM dissertation. Immediately afterwards, he worked for the Faculty of Law at the University of the Free State, where he spent 3 years, from 2021 up until 2023. During his time at UFS, he enrolled for a PhD at the University of Cape Town, so UCT, and at the end of 2023, he submitted his thesis for examination, from which he recently graduated from. So can we give him a round of applause? And then on my left-hand side, we have Honorable Aisha Kasim, who is currently the EFF Western Cape Provincial Treasurer. Fighter Aisha Kasim is a member of Impartiality Fighters. Yay! She is a member of the Western Cape Provincial Legislature and she serves on the following committees at Legislature. She is in the Standing Committee on Social Development, Standing Committee on Police Oversight and Community Safety, Standing Committee on Cultural Affairs and Sports, and Standing Committee on Education. Aisha Kasim served as an EFF councillor in the City of Cape Town Municipality from November 2021 up until she was sworn in as a member of Provincial Legislature in February 2023. Between the years 2011 and 2021, she worked in TV, radio and print media for broadcasting companies who include Media 24 and the Voice of the Cape Radio. And before officially resigning to take up her political career, she worked as an investigative journalist at Independent Media's investigation unit. She is currently in her final year of studies for a Bachelor of Arts in Government, Administration and Development Studies at UNISA and runs a mobile pop-up library program across Cape Town, which brings the world of reading to those in need, especially for those who live in informal settlements and farming areas which are far from community libraries. Our last panelist, Kanyisa Fubu, who is an LLB final year student at UWC. In 2021, she was a Dean's Merit candidate. In 2022, she was the Deputy Treasurer of Leaders in Demand and later became the chairperson. 2023, she was the SG of the BLA Students Chapter, which then she later became the Deputy Chairperson. Then later in 2024, which is this year, she is currently the Chairperson of Moot Court and International Relations Officer of the Law Students Council. She is a student legal representative, so Solam and others, if ever Proctor is calling on you, under the BLASC and a Begim Langeni scholarship recipient. So guys, you don't need to clap after every sentence. It's just that time is currently not on our side. So we're going to go straight into it, and we're going to do it in this fashion. Is there another mic? So what I'm going to do is, I'm first going to start by addressing the reason why we're here, which is the question of what is heritage without decoloniality. But before I give it to the panelists, we are first going to describe coloniality and what it is. So in simple terms, coloniality is the long-lasting effects of centuries of colonization. So decoloniality is survived by colonialism. So now we're going to define what decoloniality is. Decoloniality, according to Mignolo, is primarily an educational means by which to undo colonial structures deeply embedded in the social, political, institutional, and cultural organization of formerly colonial people. So this then means that we would need to detach from the overall structure of knowledge in order to engage in an epistemic reconstitution. And when we say reconstitution, we're saying a reconstitution of what? And this is in the way in which we speak, our languages, the way we live our life, and our worldview, and how we see things through the lens of knowledge. Decoloniality is the process of restoring the forgotten history, traditional practices, and the way of thinking of indigenous people and black people. So I'm going to give it to our panelists, and the first question that we're going to speak about, or rather address, is why we're initially here, and that is to ask, what is heritage without decoloniality to you? What does it mean? Anyone who wants to go first, just an indication.
Let me understand and see. And I noticed that greetings to everyone, please, and everyone else. Let us begin here that the program director, when the very first words that he spoke when he was holding this, he said that I'm not challenged, this is for challenged people. And yet at that very same time, we were seeing him being challenged. Because it tells us something about being colonized, that, we have a misperception that tall people are privileged and that short people are not. And we were seeing him experiencing the challenge. And so the challenge was his. And I did not see either Advocate Kakane or Advocate Mkweban being challenged by the mind. It tells us a lot of things about what we say and what we think and what actually happens. But let us begin here. Program director, I am very curious. I was intrigued by your definition. I'm looking for you of decoloniality and coloniality. And I knew that it was inevitable that you were going to refer to Mignolo and Maldonado Torres. Maldonado Torres and Mignolo have only handled this issue very recently. In 1964, Kwame Nkrumah wrote a book. This book was entitled, the philosophy of conscientism, and he was speaking about decolonization in 1964 already. In 1986, Ngugi wa Thiong'o writes a book, Decolonizing the Mind. And yet, for some strange reason, we speak about decolonization as if African scholars have not engaged with it. And that is where begins colonialism, entrenched in our minds. The students in 2015 began to say that they were demanding a decolonized and Afrocentric education. In 2015, suddenly, the language changed from decolonization to decoloniality. And for some strange reason, we forgot about the demand for Afrocentric education. And we stuck to decoloniality and suffered amnesia. And this amnesia is inflicted by the fact that in order for us to sound intellectual and intelligent, we must always cite the so-called international scholars and forget about our own African scholars who are with us. We shall leave it at that point for the moment, program director, and say that there's a difference. We must distinguish conceptually between colonialism and colonization. That's why we are in the mess that we are in. Colonization refers to the geographical and physical occupation of one people's territory by another. But colonialism refers to the spiritual, the intellectual, the economic, the social dislocation of a people. And this is why we have the illusion that we had gained decolonization because we were given a flag independence and national anthem independence and did not realize that every conceptual issue around us remained intact.
This is what happens when you have prominent people in the panel. I feel like a last one. But, evening. Mine is very simple, to reflect on the impacts of the existence of colonialism as being a Gen Z. Gen Z came out 2000. Context. Okay. So, there's a thing that draws me so much to Steve Biko. He references the fact that colonialism does not only impact on abazali bethu, but it's what it is instilled on us. So it also impacts the psychological thinking that we have. Now, there's a professor from UNISA. You can see, but I'm a law student, so I have to reference, I have to cite. You know, plagiarism is a thing. So keep that in mind. Sure, okay. So, Prof. Msida from UNISA, right, states, Ubana, we cannot detach colonialism from our religion. Our religion is linked to culture. Culture is linked to our beliefs, which then informs how we're going to act. What am I then saying? The basic thing is that with the introduction of colonialism, the Africans, or rather the indigenous people as we call it, were so subjected to Western things to a point whereby you don't even know our gods. I'll be saying, Puma up and wake up and looking there, we know we are Takata. But if the pick up and put it by then yo, she's such a good person. Kanjani. That is then, I very like Lassie to tell I'm so sorry to come when I sister. I very like how she's wearing. I very much like how she's wearing because she's not ashamed of who she is. She walks like that, very tall. And she holds her head very high. Now, the thing is, the thing comes back to you when you weave. And if patient weave guys not in your head. But at what point do you embrace you without you feeling that, no, you know what, I must look like a white person in order for me to be accepted in the society? The thing is that we have indoctrinated this Western mentality to a point where I don't even know who we are at this point. But even if you recite a Bible verse, because that's what you know. But you know yourself. That's the question.
Thank you, and to the panelists and to the advocates as well. I just want to say that I'm a student as well. I'm still very young. I still fall in the youth category, so I'm very inspired. Like I said, I'm learning every day, just like all of you. I'm very inspired by our advocates and by the panelists as well for the input. But let me start by saying that, you know, I don't think that there would have been a better place to host this discussion other than in the Western Cape, and Cape Town in particular, where racism and oppression is still very much alive within our communities. You know, this is where it all started, and unfortunately, as we try to go about living our daily lives and, you know, indulging into our cultures and our beliefs, we're still very much reminded of colonial heritage and colonial practices, which is still very much alive in the Western Cape as well. You know, we're in the Western Cape, everywhere we go, every corner we look, we're reminded of our colonizers, those who came here to oppress black people, whether it be via street names, via buildings, or via museums. And you know, this is supposed to be a month to celebrate heritage, but how do we fully celebrate heritage when we know that we're still landless, we still don't have access to our land. And you know, to me, in my opinion, rather, celebrating heritage without land is quite meaningless, because land is supposed to be our heritage. And you know, land is supposed to be our dignity as well. So what can we really celebrating during this month if we still land? Because we don't have access to our land, we don't have access to our resources as well. But I really want to point to the fact that, seeing that we're in the Western Cape, I want to, you know, we don't speak a lot about it. Our parents sometimes don't mention it to us, but as youth, we need to make it our duty to question these things. We live in the Western Cape, not just the Western Cape, in other parts of the country as well. And we need to ask ourselves, and it's quite frustrating, why are we still entertaining colonialism, whether it be via statues, street names, or the practices of those who came here to oppress us. You know, we are still acknowledging the practices of our oppressors when we ourselves are trying to regain our heritage. I want to say that I come from a coloured community. Coloured community is quite big. We've got the Cape Malay colours, we've got the Khoi and the European descendants as well. So we've got different cultures, we've got different beliefs as well. So yes. I go into Mitchell's Plain, and you know, I spend a lot of time with our with the little kids in the area. A lot of them don't know the identity, a lot of them don't know where they come from, or the history, or the background. So I want to say, we need to question, like I said, why are we still acknowledging the history of those who came here to oppress us? Why do we still have street names and buildings named after murderers and land thieves like Street, for example? And then why are we also using, I noted what you said, advocate, but why are we still using the Roman Dutch law within our courts when that should be scrapped? I mean, we're 30 years into democracy, we should be implementing our own laws as well. Why is this government still funding museums? I work in the legislature, I saw in the portfolios where I see that the Western Cape government are still funding museums that upholds the legacy of land thieves, that upholds the legacy of people who came here to oppress us. Like, for example, we went on oversight, and all the hotels that the Western Cape legislature booked was dedicated to people like Jan van Riebeeck. The next hotel we went to the next day was dedicated to who's this? Portuguese explorer Diaz. I mean, that funds can be put into our own heritage and into our own cultures. So I want us to question that, and also we think it's okay. I know a lot of us are very conscious, but a lot of us also don't know. When we stand up and we sing the national anthem, we think it's okay to sing the stem. The stem was sang during a time where our ancestors, our parents were being tortured and killed, and we stand here today, we're proud to sing the anthem at the rugby games and at sports games and everything. So these are things that we need to educate ourselves with. So how do we really celebrate heritage when we are still experiencing this? So I think that education also plays a very big part in this, especially in our poorer communities.
Amandla. Thank you very much. I think because I'm from here, I'm going to speak the least. But before I speak, I see that there are many fighters here of the Students' Command. So please, because I'm a local, invite me to your branch, Mankhabilisan. So Mankhabilisan, the day you are discussing ideology, the day you are not squabbling about who must serve in the SRC and what, please invite me. So to greet the wonderful advocates, the fellow panelists, Aisha, Kainis, and then Professor Sisante. I just want to say that I want to greet Professor Sisante. So in 2015-2016, I was a student leader, first mass forward. And that is when I met Professor Sisante. And I was at UNISA back then, and he was there too. And he was presenting something similar to this one. And we tackled each other. And why am I saying this? The role of students. So back then, those who are my age, we used to look at Ama 2000 who were still in high school. And we used to think very highly of you and say, the generation that is coming after us is going to be very radical, is going to be very sharp, is going to contest everything, is going to contest racists in particular. Racists are not going to be able to speak over you. Right? So that is what we had hoped for you. And now, because I've been teaching some of you for 4 years, 5 years, I have not lost hope. Your job as a young person is to revolt, and to revolt fearlessly. Okay? All right. Let me come back home and talk about decoloniality, decolonization, and heritage, because that is what I'm invited to do. Even though I won't get into depth, I think Advocate Moses Kakane spoke about, I think there's one part, I liked everything that he said, but there's one part that I really liked. The essence of our struggles today have to do with what it means to be human. Right? So if you hear me, it's like a church. You go to church and the pastor is preaching and you hear him, he says, Amen. You respond, Amen. So you say, right, you're following. Now, what does it mean to be human? Now, a scholar called Ngugi wa Thiong'o in 2003 introduces us to the lexicon of remembering the dismembered. Latter day decolonial scholars that you have correctly problematized, sometimes without referencing him, take that language and they tell a story to us. They say, at the point of colonial contact, at the point of colonial disturbance, white people, right? White people, not a spirit, white people saw black people and said to black people, you are not human. White people at the point of colonial contact, when they arrived here in the Cape, they saw indigenous people and they said to them, you cannot read or write in our alphabet. Therefore, you don't have a knowledge. Therefore, you don't have a language. And if you don't have a language and you don't have a knowledge, you don't have a history, which makes you to be non-human. Now, the latter day decolonial scholars that she spoke about, Walter Miolo, Ramon Grossfogel, Maldonado Torres, called this the Atlantic Imaginary. Now, that is why when we speak about the Constitution, when some of us criticize the Constitution very harshly, we don't need to even go far. Say, if I want to speak about the equality, the section that deals with equality, which is section 9 of the Constitution. You are my student, you must know this. School section. There can never be equality between humans and non-humans. So that equality that is there wrongly assumes that the 1994 moment succeeded to rehumanize the dehumanized. So, my friend and comrade Pedro Mzile, and this one I'm going to pause, were together in the University of the Free State. I invited him to lecture a class for me, a guest lecture, and he drew a pyramid, the colonial pyramid. Said on top, there are humans, below humans, and of course it's not his pyramid, by the way, he was just putting together the colonial scholars. Top, there are humans, in the middle, subhumans, at the bottom, non-humans, and then at the very bottom, a gray area. Top, human, male Europeans. Male Europeans at the top. That is the colonial pyramid. Then just below them you've got subhuman. Subhuman are your Middle East people of Middle Eastern descent, Indians, Chinese. Right? Right? Then at the very bottom you have non-humans, that is black and animals. That is the colonial pyramid. But then just below black people, there's a gray area there. And that is what colonizers forgot when they put the architecture of this pyramid. Who do you think belongs there? Women, children, people living with disabilities, the LGBTQIA plus community. Now, when we said, I'm a fallist myself, so I don't theorize about fallism having not been there. When we said you must decolonize, we said we wanted to get rid of this pyramid completely. We want to achieve humanity. And in the context of South Africa, what do you have to do to achieve humanity? You must confront the number one enemy, which is racism. Racism is not just a spirit. The people are racist. The institutions are racist. The entire atmosphere. If you listen to scholars like Joel Modiri, they say even the water that we drink is racist. The toothbrush that we are using in the morning is racist. Nothing out of a racist society is innocent. So until we confront racism, as the first step, by the way, we cannot invert this pyramid. I want to apologize, Program Director. Like I said to the branch of the EFFSC, so please invite me for your branch so that we talk about this. But let me pause here. Thank you.
Because we're a little bit over time, I'm just going to ask one question to the panel, and then I'm going to give it to the floor so that you guys can then ask your questions to the panelists. There's quite a few things that I noted down when Advocate Muzi was speaking. One of the points was that, and it's also a very prominent point in the conversation that is being had here, is that there is no true liberation without aggressive program of decolonizing the mind. And I just want to say that before I ask this question is that there are three types of colonialities. Coloniality of the mind, coloniality of power, and coloniality of knowledge. And under coloniality of knowledge, it's how, in schools, we are not taught about our history. I remember we used to learn about Marco Polo at Springfield. We were always taught about Marco Polo, Christopher Columbus, and I was comparing the notes of PUB, which is Public International Law, that is a third-year module. I was comparing the notes that Dr. Sindane made for us compared to the notes that the previous year and the previous years had, which were made, I don't know who the lecturer was. But it's so insane to think that the way that we are taught law, now this is as most students, the way we are taught, who teaches you, and how they teach that law can equate to the process of decoloniality of even knowledge. So in the previous notes, we had learned about, genocide, but it would be one-liners. We'd learn about the UN Charter. It was very advocated for. The UN Charter is this progressive thing. It's a talk show, but they had described it as it's this progressive thing where countries get together and we tackle the issues of international crimes. Compared to, and I know some of you who are in my class will attest to this, compared to what we are learning now in pub, I had never thought that an LLB degree could be used as a tool to reconstruct the world and change the lens from which we view the world. I always used to think, because that's how we're taught. It's this thing of corporate, once you're done graduating, you need to get into the big five and just basically contribute to the system that lawyers already contribute to once they do graduate. And when we engaged with public international law, that is when we had noticed that the reason why we had viewed it as this corporate formalistic thing is because of how we were taught it. And it is because the way that the previous lecturers or professors had taught it, they know what it is that they were doing. Because, to be honest, no one in the Big Five wants a candidate attorney who's going to go and speak of decoloniality of the mind. Hey, go somewhere else, chief, you know. Whereas now we are actually engaging with the content of what it is that we are learning. Now, most of us actually know that also you can use this tool to transform the Constitution. Now, some of us were triumphalists. Like, no, the Constitution is amazing. It's a document that is so amazing. It was put well together. She's agreeing because she was a triumphalist. And then when we engaged with the Constitution and when, you know, Dr. Sindani had told us that, Forces, are you sure about this? You know, are you sure that this document speaks to our history that was wiped away, our heritage that was wiped away? And now all of a sudden we went from being triumphalists to, hey, maybe we are a little bit of abolitionists. We're not saying do away with it, but do away with this Constitution, you know. But anyway, having said all of that, and you guys being in academia, like I actually feel like I'm in academia, but this is just coming from reading. Like, reading is actually amazing. You weren't lying, Dr. Zina. Like, when Skusha gave me this, I was like, hey, Skusha, I'm going to actually have to go and read, you know. And my research topic is about this, so I really get why people in academia, like, battle flakes, like when they meet, people will be around sitting in academics, like, whoa, wait. But now I get why. And it's because of the different type of materials that we read, you know. This is the type of material that is very liberating. It makes you want to engage with the world, and it makes you want to change your perspective of how you view things. So now, what I want to ask the panelists is that as scholars, law students, activists, and people who are in government, how is it that we can contribute to decoloniality? So, as a law student, as someone who's in MPL, as you guys can also be part of the panelists, honorables, and Professor Andy and David. Okay. How is it that in what you specialize in, how can you contribute to the work of decoloniality?
Let me read you this and summarize what you must do. It's actually those of you who've read Friedrich Nietzsche and others, this is not about decoloniality, it's about what you must do to give effect to new things. Friedrich Nietzsche once told us that unless you have chaos inside you, you cannot give birth to a dancing star. And I'm very glad that people who were in the fields must fall because Fees Must Fall for me was a generation of students that revealed to us how liberal we were. And it also revealed the brutality of the state against young people who think differently. And so I think with what you must do about decoloniality in every space that you are is to engage honestly, because we're at a university, with what I call the pyramid of knowledge. Not teaching, knowledge production, which has a student, a teacher, and a subject matter. And those three combine to produce knowledge. So a student is not a vessel into which knowledge is poured. A student is a contributor to the production of knowledge. And I think one of the things you need to do is to critique what we have, to critique what you are taught, to critique what Western modernity and Western intellectuals tell us, and to rely specifically on thought that Professor Santo was talking about. There are a number of things we've been thinking for years, for centuries. We were not sleeping. And fetch those materials and read and think about it, and you will see that we've been in slumber, we've been miseducated, we've been de-educated, and we've been misled. And so my suggestion to you is that in every space you are in, law does two things. It's an instrument to organize society. But in that instrument, law can be repressive or law can be liberating. It depends on what you do with it. But law always protects the interest of elites that are governing, both the knowledge systems and the coercive component of the law. And what we have now, I keep saying this and we must say it unashamedly, is a constitution that is a lullaby song for Africans to continue to be in slumber. You must critique it. You must engage in knowledge, and you have good professors, at least here, not the ones that taught us, that can lead you into thinking, into participating meaningfully. I suggested to the students earlier that we must begin to read what Ngugi said, what Kwame Nkrumah said, what Bigo said, what Robert Sobukwe said, what African thinkers have been saying for more than 200 years. And you will know that the knowledge that we celebrate is nothing but propaganda thinking.
Okay, so in the interest of time, we're actually going to jump straight to the questions. So I'm going to give you numbers and then just know what your numbers are. Number 1, yes. Number 2. You have to keep it short. President Puman, yes. Number 3, number 4. Yes. Number 1 is there. Number 2 is number 2.
Duration your question?
2 minutes.
Per speaker.
2 minutes. 1 minute. I'm actually going to time you, Bomba.
I'm active. I think my first question to Dr. Sendani would be, how do you conceptualize intellectualism in UWC? Understanding that historically it is the home of the left on paper, but currently it does not serve the interests of the left. So how do we intellectualize decoloniality in UWC in particular? And how do we then go about to do away with performative activism and also positionality, in terms of student leadership? And then to Dr. Sesandi, how do we I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the land question, but they're not asking the land question. So I think my question would be, what is the question to ask about the land itself? What must happen to it? And also, how do we do political education outside of the classroom? Advocate Mrs. Mkhwebane. So I have
16 seconds.
So to advocate Mrs. Mkhwebane, I think I just want to ask, as a woman who has been a public protector, and having seen that all the attacks to you came after, you came for the big heads of, ABSA, Cyril Ramaphosa, and all these people, how does it feel to be a woman in a position where everyone is coming for you and is coming for your head?
Do you want to answer now, or should we? We're going to take all the questions and then we'll. Number 2.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. Everyone here forgot what they were mentioning on humanity. When you speak of humanity, you spoke about remembering ourselves, but you never told who you are. Then I'll tell you who I am. I share the same sentiments with Lumumba, which is that I live to see the day where I will be allowed to be eloquently and confidently address people in my home language without being criticized of being that I'm racist. I live to see that day. Heritage is supposed to be who we are, but we find out we are reminded only on the 25th and the 24th of September.
Can we ask the question finally?
I'm preparing to.
No preambles, please.
We're only reminded on the 24th of September, which is very a strange thing that we remember we are only one in a year. Then I'll go to my question. There are those young minds who are here listening to you as our elders with a long-sighted experience. How would you advise us of having existing revolution? Because when you speak of revolution now,
10 seconds.
I can see now that the revolution that was fought by our forefathers is now shading away, and I'm currently skeptical of what you're going to ask what we're going to tell our children of our history. Then this is a question, leadership.
No ways. No fight. Time.
Just 2 seconds.
Fight.
Who's the
Number 3. No preambles.
For 1 minute. I want preamble. No, look. Thank you. Can I put you protected?
No. 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm making a mess. No, thanks. I'm a student here in EFFSC. One appreciates the tracing of how to understand that which you must be using as a conceptual note against the colonial power and racism. But I would like us to interrogate further, at a conceptual level, heritage, because I think heritage has been synonymous with wearing nice clothes and speaking a type of language. It's being, I don't want to bastardize, the type of contributions that people are making about language, because linguisticide, the death of our languages by colonialism is a fact. But I'm asking a different question about our political institutions, our political culture, in understanding what heritage is. How do we locate political economy? How do we locate political economy in the concept of heritage? And how do you diagnose, how do you diagnose the post-colonial disaster that is going?
And please, no. Can you wrap up? For the next question. Liam. Is your question addressed to anyone? Is your question addressed for anyone?
No speakers that side and advocate the most.
No, I didn't even note to my brother, but now number 4, you won't note my brother. After, second round.
Sorry, I would like to
Thank you.
make a comment to Advocate Kakana's comment. I never went to me personally to a St. John's any high school. I went to a secondary high school and I paid 100 rand a year school fees. So my question first of all will be, you said that in your opening statement that heritage without decolonization is slavery. So there are people, for example, here in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, that colored sort of saying people don't know their heritage. So where do we place them? Are they still in slavery in their mindset or what's happening? Because here in UWC, for example, they assimilate themselves to us as if they are the better group than us, in groups, in everything. What happens? What can we do to assist them? Because they said, if I say to a colored, you are a black, they'll fight with me. They even want to beat me if I say that to them. Secondly, you mentioned that colonialism was imposed, and then it's for us, so to Dr. Sindane, that it's for us as young people to be radical, challenge this thing, challenge racism. How are we going to challenge these things if, for example, I become a student leader today, I hear about Proctor, I run away. Small issues with Proctor, how can I challenge big issues of racism and other issues? To get under 2 minutes. How can I get under 2 minutes? No, they don't have time. They don't have time. Can I wrap up? Can I wrap up?
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Okay, to the advocates again. There's an article by Kamini that we learned about how legal scholars should critique. They shouldn't just accept the law as it is. They must challenge it. But if I were to do that now, they'll say on my answer sheet that you are political, you are off this thing. How can we do to change this concept of law that we must take law as it is? We can't challenge it.
Thank you.
Incoming.
Can we please take note that there's only one moderator. So far, by my knowledge, it's me. So I don't need the timers that are in the audience. Ne? Thank you. Can we? It's my just stand.
Let me begin here very quickly. And so let me begin here by saying that, let me make this observation, that more often I hear the students, especially the student activists, when they quote Fanon, they always quote Fanon saying that out of relative obscurity, the students, the young people must discover their historical mission. It is up to them to betray. Now, when they do that, they are doing it out of a habit. They do not really, or we do not really listen to Fanon. But now the first thing that Fanon, one of the most important things that Fanon taught us is that the declaration of negation is not in itself negation. It is one thing to say something, it is another to do it. The reason that we are in the mess that we are in, going to the question of your political education, because that was the question. The political education, Fanon warns us and tells us that when we speak about political education, we are not merely talking about having rallies and making slogans and all of that. And that's what we do, instead of engaging in real political education, where we begin to critique our own selves first. Because the problem with us when we speak is that we think that we are liberated, and then the others are not liberated, and that we are going to teach them. And in the process, we learn nothing. So having said that, then, in line with the question that you were raising, Sis, you see, when the young students were speaking in 2015, they did not just say a decolonized education. They moved and said an Afrocentric education. That was very important, because what they were doing at the time is that they were not only opposing, but they were also proposing. They were saying we move from Eurocentrism and we move towards Afrocentricity. The problem with us is that even to this very day, we continue to protest and protest and protest against Eurocentrism, against racism, against every other thing, and we do not say what it is that we want. And that's where we found ourselves in the liberation movement. We mouth slogans like Marxism without even understanding them. We spoke about Marxism that we cannot even explain to Mama. How do you think that you are going to... Language is not merely grammar. Language is conceptualization. And the reason that we do this was again identified by Fanon. Fanon said that those educated like you and I are the ones who have the most deeply entrenched inferiority complex. And he said, how do we see this? He said that so-called educated people like using bombastic words. I listen to ourselves, even the so-called roads must fall and fees must fall movement. They do not feel intelligent enough if they don't say epistemology, if they don't say metaphysics, if they don't say ontology. You are not intelligent enough, and you see that inferiority complex persisting. And so lastly, Chair, the last point that I want to make is that I keep on hearing all the time reference to fees must fall, as if there was no roads must fall movement. Roads must fall movement gave birth to the fees must fall movement. The danger that we do in the revolution is to pretend at all times that we are the first who arrived and there was no one before us. We must always, always acknowledge those who came before us. That's it. About forefathers all the time is not working. There were foremothers before us. And those who led the revolution and led it very well were women more than men did. And today what do we do? Beginning with the NC, we have even created a second secretary deputy president for a woman, so that a woman is not enough to be general secretary. And the EFF, what do we find? Deputy president, everything else. Where are women? Perhaps we begin with men being the chairperson. We must critique our own selves. This is what the problem is.
Thank you very much. I'll try to respond very quickly. And maybe I'll begin with your question, Makalim. So I mark your scripts and I will never say that you are too political. I want you to be political because I mark your scripts. But the question of how do we challenge student leaders, you say something about Proctor and something like that. You see, if you are an activist, you must be willing to lose something. If you are an activist, you are fighting. And I'm not prescribing to you what I don't do myself. Some of you know that as I speak here, I'm under investigation myself. Subjected to 2 investigations. One investigation happened, it's concluded, it found no prima facie evidence against me. And the university say, no, investigate him again. They go get a retired Professor Bani Pichana to investigate me. Now, I'm not talking about fees must fall. Now, as we speak, my job is on the line. My livelihood, Makalima, is on the line. Before now, I've been subjected, between fees must fall and now, to 7 disciplinary hearings. 5 as a student, 2 as an employee. And I'm still fresh like this, you can see. So all I'm saying is, if you are a student activist, not a student politician, if you are a student activist, you must be prepared to do something. I have no fear. You know, Steve Biko. You know, Steve Biko said some of the things that we're saying at the risk of dying. All you can lose is your studentship. All I can lose is my job. He was an activist. He stood for the cause, fought the system at the risk, knowing that he's going to die. He said those things. So you must have no fear. Unless you are here to be a politician, to sound fancy, you know, and all of that. If that's your role in life, so be it. But if you are a student leader, you must not be afraid. I just wanted to say that. The question, the colored question was not asked to me, I think it was asked to Advocate, but I want to respond to it because it's a very important question. I'm here in Cape Town now for 6 months. And one of the things that have hurt me, I said this to people that I'm close to, hurt me the most is the division between black students and colored students. Now, if you as the EFF Students Command or student activists, if you are above intellectually, politically, you know, when Karl Marx is asked who are the communists, says communists, in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels says, communists define themselves as the most advanced detachment of the working class. So if you're advanced, it is your task in this room to mobilize colored students. You know, Frantz Fanon, Prof, says that the most violent moment in a black person's life is when they discover that they are black. Frantz Fanon says that as a black person, you live an ordinary life until you are made to realize that you are black. Now, if you are saying that colored students don't know that they are black, it's your task to catalyze the process that they realize that they are black and that they should be with you. So this fight amongst black people, Steve Biko was ahead. When Steve Biko invents Hegelian dialectics and says that the thesis here is racism and the antithesis is black unity and black solidarity, his threshold of black solidarity is far higher than what we have today. He counts Indians, counts coloreds. So if you are serious about black unity and black solidarity, you must realize that black solidarity means solidarity even with those black people that we don't like or those that we fundamentally disagree with. Advocate Mkwamane is lynched today. Those are scars that she's carrying because she's fighting a cause. She knew. All of us here in this room, you have a choice. You can be an agreeable black person. You can be a huya kafir. You can choose that, you'll prosper. You'll go to the big 5 law firms if you are a law student. It's a choice that you make. Comrade Mshoma, I want to, the answer I have for you is very long and I'm going to discuss it with you outside on conceptualizing heritage. And I'm going to use black theology to conceptualize heritage and talk about Golgotha, where Jesus Christ is hanged, as a conceptualization of what heritage is and what heritage means. That those who died with him and rose with him and chose to believe in that fiction, not fiction as anything now, those who believed in that assumed that heritage at a conceptual level. How do we, this is the last one, I'm going to just respond to one of your questions. I think the one was handled by Professor Sesandi of how do we intellectualize a UWC in the context of it being the university of the left. You see, UWC as being the intellectual home of the left is its heritage, is its identity. But in that inaugural speech by Professor James Herven, he says something, go and Google it. When you are bored at night, you have run out of things to scroll on Instagram, it's gotten dry, but you can't sleep. Google the inaugural address of Professor James Herven as VC of this university. He says, pardon me, I'm going to take 30 seconds for this. He says, no university is neutral. All universities that are there in South Africa and in the world serve a particular political and ideological agenda. Some are open about it, like UFS, like Bosch, like Stellenbosch, you know. Some are subtle about it. Now, Prof. Gerwen says, we as a university, referring to UW, says, we have to make our choice, and our choice is to choose the radical left. We're siding with black people, we're anti-apartheid, we're anti-racism. Now, the problem with heritage is that those who know English will interpret this for me. It is your task as those who come after Gerwen, as students here, to question when Advocate Kakane says the question. You must ask us as your lecturers to say, but what is leftist about this LLB curriculum? What is decolonial about this? Question us on that score. So you as students, as lecturers, we've got the task ukuvuselela the leftist heritage of UWC. It's not a spirit, it does not work on its own. Let me pause here, I'm so sorry.
I'm going to be gracious and take the last question simply because we took time from the panel questions, etc., etc. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. The gentleman at the back, that was you, one. Two, and then three. Last ones. And then we can go and eat goodies.
Okay, yeah, maybe to be short, there was a question about what I've gone through after issuing the ABSA Bank of report. I was laughing to Advocate Decoloniality. You were asking the question, what can we do radically to change this? So Mina, I did that and I was labeled incompetent and that I don't know the law. And I think unfortunately, as I said to you, the capitalist state which controls the means of production, the media, they will use everything they can to make sure that they label you incompetent and they even end up removing you. I think what Dr. Sindane is saying, you must be ready, you're willing to be a sacrificial lamb, because yes, some of us, we ended up being like that. Because if you don't agree with the status quo, and when I issued that report, I was looking forward to we can't have this kind of a constitution, because each generation and generation will still face the very same issue with Reserve Bank mandate, the way it is, nothing will change. So was for me to use the office I was occupying to make sure that we change and relook into the provisions of the Constitution. But then the rest is history, and they don't forget and they don't forgive, because even now I'm still facing persecution on all fronts. I mean, he's going through 7 disciplinary hearing, his job is on the line, mine was on the line, I was removed, but they will do everything they can. You'll have to face perjury, you'll have to face SARS, you'll have to face this. So that's what is happening, but you must be willing to fight until such time we change the status quo. Thanks.
Can you please be like 30 seconds? I'm being so legit.
Okay.
Time. We need to be out of the venue in like 10 minutes.
Okay, I have 2 questions. The first question it goes to Advocate Kakane. How can we escape from the romanticized neocolonialism that is bullied as trade agreements or international relations on nation? The second question is, how can we Africanize and decolonize the constitution when MPs go to parliament, swear to protect and promote the very same constitution that protects the white man? Thank you.
Can you please keep it as short as that, gentleman?
Ngifuna ukunilotshisa before ngithoma. Locha ma, locha nawe mnawethu. My question is directed to Advocate Sikhakhane, Senior Counsel. Given the critique that you gave to the South African Constitution for not explicitly mentioning apartheid and colonialism as the wrongs it aims to redress, I am more interested in your thoughts on the strategic decisions made during the CODESA negotiations in context where the primary goal... in context where the primary goal was to achieve political freedom and avoiding civil conflict, consequently achieving national unity. Thank you, Thomas. Do you think the choice to use broader language around equality, freedom, and dignity was a necessary political compromise to secure buy-in from political parties? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. My first question, I want to point it towards Advocate Sikhakhane on the repossession or the restitution pertaining to land and how, of course, it was stolen and how it looks like now in the current constitution. The question really is, how exactly do we repossess the land? Do we do it through Section 25? Do we do it through an amendment or repeal of Section 25? Or what was taken by the barrel of the gun returned by the same barrel? Now, I have another question for Advocate Mkhwebane on immigration. What is your question on this? The question of borders. And this is specifically targeting or focusing on issues like cheating.
I must need to wrap up in 5 seconds. So Mona for speak.
So yeah, it's really on immigration, really, and the questions around the borders pertaining to people like Chidima and our conceptualization of what immigration is, who a foreigner is and who isn't. That's another one. Too bad.
Thank you. Yeah, just briefly, I think let me start with the question about how we get out of trade relations that seem to perpetuate particular control. I think you get out of that by actually reorganizing the world and get out of relations with countries that seek to dominate the South and create unity of countries that share particular ideological frameworks. And in that way, you'll be able to challenge international law that is designed to entrench Western domination. You talk about the Constitution and how we can decolonize it. I actually think we must have a new one. I don't believe in reform. I believe in radical removal of what is wrong. And you cannot tinker with a structure or a document that was designed for something else and you keep reforming it. I believe you can do something else. It will still have elements of what we have now, but you must find something else whose foundation is liberation. National liberation must be the foundation of a constitution. And you say, given my critique, do I think of CODESA? Yeah, I think the 1994 political settlement was a mechanism, intelligence controlled by international world, controlled by the West, controlled by the CIA, collaborating with our leaders to find a particular compromise so that we could be lulled into accepting that we have freedom when actually we were perpetuating what I call the continued survival of Western and white control of the economy and other sectors. And also things like equality, freedom, and all of those things, those are given. You don't have to sell that to us. We are born equal and we should be. And so what you must do is to transform what makes us slaves, which is the economy. And then on land, okay, let me tell you this about history and heritage. History is told by victors. those who conquer others write history. And those who conquer others write heritage. And until you conquer those who conquered you, you may have no heritage at all. And lastly, about land, I don't believe that you can get land by litigating. It's very expensive. I can't afford myself as a senior counsel. I don't know about you. And so I think we must be able to draft a constitution in which we are unashamedly reverse what was stolen and return it to people. People tend to say, no, but black people don't know how to do agriculture and all of this. This is like someone who steals your car and say, I won't return it because you don't know how to drive. It actually doesn't make sense. And whether it should be returned by the barrel of the gun, I don't know. I'm going to be arrested for inciting violence. But, you know, I'm struggling. Violence is an equalizer. When people brutalize others for centuries, and all you want to do is reconcile with them, you won't deal with their racism because it was imposed on you violently. And when they don't see fault in themselves, you will not be able to defeat them. Just to agree with Professor Sesang, you know, it starts with us. The biggest hindrance to liberation is us. We must critique ourselves, not white people, ourselves for accepting that we are inferior, for not really critiquing what we've done. And for me, that is the beginning. I'm not saying you must be violent about the land, but violence is an equalizer. Thank you.
Are you not going to close off, guys?
And Advocate Kakane didn't answer the question that we swear to protect the Constitution. I think it's also the question of numbers, because with the status quo, there's nothing like we will push, we will mention things to change, but unfortunately the current setup is that they use their numbers and they just don't debate and genuinely change the status quo. The issue of the Chidima immigration, I mean, we know the Berlin conference, where it started, where we are going. And I think somebody mentioned that instead of us, well, I mentioned it earlier. Again, I don't think we are angry enough. Spoke about the roads, the fees must fall. The 1976 generation, those who genuinely went out of their way to fight the system. Because somebody spoke about the issue, I say Kenya, well, in another discussion, the Gen Z. You were saying we don't know the Gen Z. I think we need to reach a stage where you guys will be saving us. But the issue of Chidima, I think I did an interview where I was indicating that it's wrong for us to rush before discovering what happened to Chidima. But then the fact of the matter is we've got these laws, the immigration laws, the citizenship laws, how you acquire citizenship. It's a process. And how you end up being a naturalized citizen. So for me, when I was speaking about that, I was saying, currently as it stands, we need to implement the laws as they are until such time where we will reach a stage where we do away with it, because everything goes back to the Constitution. Remember the Constitution, for your information, it says everyone. It doesn't say every citizen. I mean, you check the world, other countries' constitution, it will say every citizen. Ours is saying everyone. Therefore, everyone, we should protect their rights. We should make sure that they access all the rights as provided for in the Constitution. The only right which is applicable to citizens is only the right to vote. So I think it's a question for us not to easily judge, but then again, why are we fighting amongst ourselves? I mean, you spoke about Amakalat, Indians and everything. Because they know the issue of divide and rule. We'll always fight and we will always, well, is xenophobia. I spoke one university, which is xenophobia. People rush to accuse you that you are xenophobic. But is xenophobia, it's state-led. It's when the state itself is leading the issue of discrimination against a foreigner. So I would say to you, let's not be quick to judge. Let's not be quick to say a person is a foreigner, because we are now living. I mean, in Lesotho, for instance, you know, people from Lesotho cross. They don't cross anything. They just walk. Bayokamanzi, babuye, magne funeral, magnom guabo. So I think I would say to us, let's focus on the things which are killing us. Issues, the drugs, the alcohol. I mean, we argue on Twitter about issues instead of us. I mean, you didn't see that anger when those two women were fed to pigs. Now we have two young men who were killed in Mpumalanga. And they were banned by this white guy. They are going to court tomorrow. But we are quiet about that. So I would say we are not angry enough. I think we're just fine. Yeah, thanks.
All right, no, thank you. Can we give a round of hands for the panel, the guests, We had a very insightful discussion, productive. But because of time, we're going to be very swift and then hand over to the SRC Cultural and Recreation Officer to give a vote of thanks by the Student Governing Board. Fighter, oh, what you miss here? Miss Young at last.
No, mine is very simple. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of this program, I would like to extend a vote of thanks from the SRC. Firstly, our sincere gratitude goes to the keynote speakers and guests for their insightful and inspiring presentations. Your knowledge and expertise has greatly enriched our program and our understanding. It has contributed a lot to the success of this program. Thank you. We also want to thank the organizers for their diligent planning and execution. Your hard work and dedication has ensured that everything ran smoothly and accordingly. Thank you. Program Director and Moderator, Engos Nisbambele Mnati. A big thank you to our partners, the CHC, for their generous support, which has played a crucial role in making this event a success. Thank you. Lastly, but not least, I'd like to express our appreciation to all attendees for your active participation. Thank you so much for your active participation. Your presence has truly made our event successful. Once again, thank you all so much. Nakwixesha elizayo ze sizimasi. Enkosi.
No, thank you very much. Now we get to announcements where we discuss natural disasters. Those that attend these programs, they know. Those that don't know, it's fine, it happens. So, announcement-wise, I've been asked to tell the House that before we depart and we exit, for everyone in the audience, can you please use that exit on the left top of the venue? Can no one please use this entrance? It's for security purposes. If you use that entrance, the building will burn down. I'm serious. Now, and then when you exit there, there's something very nice that the SRC has prepared. Tsunami or food type of situation there. Floods, you know, natural disaster. Once you've done eating, I've been informed by the president that you'll be afforded a photo opportunity as well. Now, for the SRC of Laikaya, the Central Housing Committee members, SRCs from other institutions, looking at you, UNISA and UCT, the LSC, I think that's the Lost Chance Council, chairperson and secretary, and special guests. So if you came with the panelists or the keynote speakers, you are the special, you're the plus one, the terminology. You must remain seated. So all of those people I've read in terms of those credentials must remain seated in the venue. Everyone else, we thank you, we appreciate your presence. The program was successful because of your attendance. Other than that, we thank you very much. Let's meet on the ballot when you vote for the EFFSC. Thank you very much.
That's